Good morning. His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary of Kenya and the Foreign and the Diaspora Affairs of Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency Dr. Warkana Gabayo, Executive Secretary of IGAD, Ambassador Mohammed Blesh, representative of the African Union, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This Mediation Reflection Conference stands as a truly unique platform of its kind in our region, convening senior officials, eminent practitioners, distinguished scholars, and valued partners and thinkers who bring not only exceptional expertise, but a profound and shared commitment to advancing peace, strengthening cooperation, and shaping the future of mediation in our region and beyond. It is with great honor and privilege to have you here today, and truly appreciate for coming your time to participate in this important conference conducted in this beautiful city of Nairobi, the Republic of Kenya. Excellencies, we are especially privileged to be joined today by our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, we are deeply grateful for your presence. Excellencies, this conference comes at a critical moment, as reflected in our theme, Reimagining Mediation in a Fragmented World, the Challenges to Multilateral Leadership. We meet at a time when mediation itself is under considerable pressure. Over the next 2 days, our discussion will be structured in a deliberate and forward-looking manner. Day one, we will focus on reframing, diagnosis, and lessons, seeking to better understand the changing nature of conflict and toward for past mediation experiences, particularly within our region. Day two will focus on redesign and operationalization, exploring how mediation can be strengthened, how coherence can be restored, and how outcomes can be made more effective and sustainable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the participants gathered here have been selected with great care for their expertise, their insights, and their sustained engagement in mediation efforts. You represent a collective wealth of knowledge that is essential to shaping the future of mediation. This conference is therefore both a moment of reflection and a reaffirmation of that responsibility. Excellencies, distinguished participants, now I have the honor to invite His Excellency Dr. Warkana Gabayo, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, to deliver his welcoming speech. Here is the floor.
Thank you very much, Director Siraj. Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the Republic of Kenya. Excellency, my brother, Ambassador Balaish, representing African Union. Also, I want to recognize a lot of friends, dignitaries, renowned personalities, and specifically I want to recognize the former Prime Minister of Republic of Sudan, Abdullah Hamdok, and also Martin, Pekka, and others who are here. I want to thank you for coming and be part of this very important meeting. We gather today at a moment of profound consequences, not only for our region, but for the very idea of peace mediation itself. This is not an ordinary moment in the world political dynamism, and it is not an ordinary gathering, this one. We met at a time when the foundation that once sustained mediation are under visible and growing strain. The world that made mediation possible, anchored in shared norms, functioning multilateralism, and a minimum level of trust among states is fragmenting before our eyes. We are not simply living through a period of crisis. We are living through in a very multiple challenges. An era in which mediation is no longer insulated from geopolitics, but shaped by it. An era of competing initiatives, fragmented authorities, and diminishing coherence. An era in which legitimacy is no longer assumed, but must be earned. At the same time, mediation is unfolding in an increasingly transactional environment. The space for principled, consensus-based engagement is narrowing, with short-term deal-making is gaining ground. And yet, precisely because of this, mediation has never been more necessary. Before I proceed further, allow me to express our profound appreciation to our host country. We are honored to convene this important gathering here in Nairobi, Kenya. I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President William Ruto, to his government and the people of Kenya for their unflinching and consistent commitment to peace and stability in the Horn of Africa. Kenya's role in advancing mediation and peaceful resolution in this region is both distinguished and enduring. Its leadership, political and material, has been indispensable to IGAD work. We are equally blessed by the presence of our guest of honor, the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. Your Excellency, your diplomatic skill, your generosity toward IGAD and the region, and your consistent service to the peace are deeply valued. It is therefore, thank you. It is therefore most fitting we are holding this reflection here in Nairobi, Kenya, in recognition of Kenya's leadership and commitment to peaceful resolution. Resolution only comes through peaceful negotiation. May I respectfully request that Your Excellency convey to His Excellency the President and to the people of Kenya the collective gratitude of all those gathered here and of IGAD. For IGAD, mediation is not optional. It is our most visible political responsibility. Our people do not measure us by what we have promised. They measure us by what we have delivered. So far, we have delivered, and as well as we have failed. By the wars that do not happen, by the conflict that do not escalate, and by the peace that becomes possible. Mediation is where the credibility of multilateralism is tested. And in our region, it is where history will judge us. The region, that is the IGAD region, stands at the very critical moment, as the same as the world is. What we are witnessing is not a series of isolated crises, but the emergence of a system, a crisis as a system of conflict that is interconnected, regionalized, and deeply entangled with external dynamics. The boundaries between internal and externals have blurred. The lines between political conflict and geopolitical competition have all but disappeared. Wars today are fragmented, prolonged, and sustained by war economies. There is no longer a single center to negotiate with. What does mediation look like in the world without center? We are not starting from zero. IGAD carries a profound legacy of mediation. These efforts succeeded because they were anchored in a legitimacy, guided by political clarity, and supported by real coordination. But if our past gives us confidence, our present demands honesty and trust. But if our past gives us a confidence, let us think about the present and the future. As we have said, mediation today is under a very serious challenge. Now, we can bring a lot of examples how that challenge is going on. Too often it risks becoming a crisis management rather than a conflict resolution, because mediation is not a technical, mediation is a political, it's about power, and most importantly about legitimacy and trust. And ultimately, it is about building a shared future. We must confront a growing tensions that we are witnessing our region and beyond between principled mediation and transactional deal making. How do we end violence quickly without undermining sustainable peace? This is the central dilemma of our time. This is why this conference matters. We must reclaim mediation as a political strategy, resort multilateral coherence, and place people, not a process, at the center. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, we must also speak plainly about Sudan. 3 years into a devastating war, mediation has not stopped this carnage. Despite sustained efforts, the latest being the Berlin Conference, including by multilateral institutions together or alone, we have neither halted the fighting nor secured a credible political process for our brothers and sisters in Sudan. They are still bleeding. The people of Sudan, which was very generous, hosting before 3 years millions of refugees from the region, now they are themselves refugees. So this is a failure. This is a challenge that we are facing about the reality of mediation, and it must be acknowledged. Sudan is fast becoming an epicenter of deeper crisis, the erosion of mediation itself. If mediation cannot make a difference in Sudan, its credibility everywhere is at risk. Sudan is one of the biggest nations in our continent. So if we cannot help Sudan, if Sudan is not peaceful, how the region can be peaceful? How can we talk about mediation and collective responsibility? So, Your Excellencies, we must change this clearly. Mediation must become unified, politically anchored, and strategically coherent, or it will continue to outpace by the wars it seeks to resolve. The cost of failure is not abstract. We cannot normalize permanent war. We cannot accept fragmentation as a destiny. What the region requires is not management, but a resolution. It requires political courage, Your Excellencies, and strategic clarity. Let this be a moment of decision, a decision to restore mediation and reclaim trust, a decision to act with urgency and purpose. Mediation is what we can do. Mediation is what we must do better. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your insightful speech and visionary leadership. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Blish to give his remarks. Here is the floor, Excellency.
Good morning, everybody. Excellency Dr. Musa Dia, Foreign Minister of the Republic of Kenya. Excellency Dr. Workney, IGAD Executive Secretary. Excellencies, Ambassadors and Special Envoys, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation for holding this important meeting at this critical juncture in Sudan's history. I thank you, dear Dr. Workney, for this relevant initiative. The gathering of special envoys and those concerned with Sudanese affairs represents in itself a message of hope at a time when suffering has intensified, the war has spread, and the humanitarian and social burdens weighing heavily on the Sudanese people have worsened. The significance of this meeting lies in its symbolism, as it affirms that the African voice remains present and that the African will is capable of finding solutions to African problems, despite the horrors of war and the divisions and external complexities. The real challenge facing everyone today, both in Sudan and abroad, is how to bridge the disparate efforts and connect the paths that sometimes seem to run parallel and never intersect. Therefore, the presence of regional and international actors reflects an interest in supporting peace in Sudan, as well as a desire to coordinate efforts, bridge the gaps between different initiatives, and help formulate a more coherent approach. In this context, the principles relating to the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Sudan acquire central importance. These principles serve as a legal and moral safeguard against the danger of disintegration, division, and the imposition of a fait accompli. Therefore, any serious political process must begin with a clear rejection of any infringement upon the unity of Sudan. Within the framework, the African Union, in accordance with its responsibilities, will remain committed to our common quest for peace in Sudan and everywhere in the Horn of Africa. The African Union Commission guiding principles are: first, Sudanese ownership. African Union acts as facilitator, not imposer, ensuring Sudanese voice led the process. Two, inclusiveness. Women, youth, displaced populations, and refugees must be central at every stage. Three, coordination. African Union and IGAD ensure regional and international efforts are harmonized. Four, accountability. no impunity for war crimes. Justice is integral to peace. The international community must anticipate resistance from spoliers, preparing mitigation strategies such diplomatic pressure, sanctions against non-compliant actors, strengthening partnership with regional powers to isolate spoliers. Despite the complexities of the crisis, it is not too late to rebuild trust among Sudanese people, nor is it too late to restore a unifying national identity that transcends polarization and the desire of dominance. Nations are not built solely through security and political arrangements, but also by emphasizing a shared destiny and restoring the value of the homeland and its common future. Let us all hold fast to this vision, and let us make today's meeting an important step on the difficult path, the path of restoring the state, stopping the war, building peace, preserving unity, defending the dignity of the African people, and moving from despair to restoring hope. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for those very important reflections. Now it is my honor to invite the guest of honor of today, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary of Kenya and the Foreign and the Diaspora Affairs Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency Abdallah Hamdok, former Prime Minister of Sudan, Dr. Gebeyu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Your Excellency Martin Griffith, former United Nations Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express Kenya's sincere appreciation to IGAD and to His Excellency Dr. Wakne Gebeyu for convening this timely, forward-looking engagement here in Nairobi. I commend you and the IGAD team for your continued leadership and commitment to advancing peace and security, an objective that equally remains one of the long-held pillars of Kenya's foreign policy. Additionally, I warmly acknowledge and applaud the distinguished leaders present with us today. All of you are very experienced diplomats, mediators. Your exemplary leadership and distinguished service in regional cooperation, political transition, and humanitarian diplomacy continue to greatly enrich our collective efforts for peace and stability. To the distinguished delegates and all participants, welcome to Nairobi. Your presence underlines our shared responsibility to strengthen dialogue, mediation, and African-led solutions to the conflicts that continue to affect our region. As a region today, we are currently confronted with a dual challenge to the mediation landscape in the Horn of Africa. First, protracted and mutating conflicts marked by fragmentation of actors are testing the limits of traditional approaches to peace processes. Secondly, rapidly shifting global dynamics and growing pressures on multilateralism are impacting the coherence, predictability, and the effectiveness of mediation efforts. Together, these realities underscore the need to rethink and adapt our approaches. We must therefore pursue more flexible and responsive mediation frameworks tailored to the specific context of our region. African ownership in addressing African conflicts remains essential in ensuring legitimacy, sustainability, and long-term success. Similarly, it is important to enhance coordination among regional and continental actors. Definitely, fragmentation and duplication undermine our collective efforts. Therefore, a more harmonized approach anchored on IGAD's leadership will strengthen coherence and effectiveness in the Horn of Africa. We must also ensure that our mediation processes are inclusive. Evidently, sustainable peace cannot be effectively achieved without meaningful participation of women, youth, and local communities. To this end, IGAD occupies a unique and strategic position. However, there is a clear need to further strengthen IGAD as the primary regional mechanism for peace and security in the Horn of Africa. Accordingly, I wish to reiterate that member states must take primary responsibility for financing IGAD programs in a predictable, adequate, and sustainable manner that enables the organization to effectively discharge its mandate. We value and welcome the support of international partners. However, such support should remain complementary and supplementary and not foundational. Ownership of IGAD programs, including mediation, must also be reflected in resource commitment by members. While acknowledging with appreciation the contributions of external actors in regional peace initiatives, these efforts should be mainstreamed into Africa-led mechanisms. Safeguarding the integrity of Africa-led mediation requires ensuring that external engagements are aligned with and advances our collective objectives. The evident gap between peace agreements and their implementation remains challenging. Frequently, considerable effort is invested in reaching agreements only for implementation to falter, resulting in the recurrence of conflicts, often with greater intensity. We must therefore prioritize implementation by strengthening institutional support mechanisms. This conference provides a critical opportunity for us to reflect on lessons learned and to chart a practical and forward-looking agenda for mediation in our region. Kenya remains committed to supporting IGAD in the pursuit of sustainable peace and security. I am confident that the insights of this conference will be consolidated into strategic directions for IGAD. Certainly, the discussions will contribute to a more adaptive, inclusive, and results-oriented mediation framework, one that is grounded in African ownership and is responsive to the realities of our time. Mr. Secretary, let me just add 1 or 2 points and then I can step away from the podium. I happened to be present when the London conference on Sudan was held. First the Paris, and then Sudan, and then London, There was also one in Addis, I remember, at the sidelines of the summit. I was not able to make the Berlin one. But let me just give a small insight of the London one. After about 1.5 days of deliberation, it was more on the humanitarian aspects. But after 1.5 days of deliberation, that conference was unable to come up with a joint and agreed communique on Sudan. First of all, no players from Sudan were present. And this has been happening in all the meetings that take place. No joint communique came out. Why? Because inside the London meeting, external players could not agree. And I was shocked that on a matter of Sudan, and even just talking about the humanitarian effort, without naming the countries, we were faced with a situation where countries were saying, arguing over a text of a communique about humanitarian interventions, and they were busy calling their headquarters to actually decide whether there should be a comma or a full stop in a communique. So we left that meeting as a hung meeting. And I was shocked that it was not the Sudanese that had caused it to be hung, but actually external players are the ones that have caused an effort on humanitarian to be hung. The way you have a hung jury, undecided. So, what are we doing? I want to agree that some scholars now in diplomacy are saying that peace has been privatized. Perhaps even commercialized. Because it's about transactions. It's no longer about humanity. It's no longer about lives. So we ask ourselves, when you go to mediation, are you going there as a business negotiator? Are you going there as an arbitrator of transactions? Or are you going there genuinely as a mediator to see peace in the countries that are facing conflict on our continent, whether it is Sudan or any other that is having challenges? Are we facing a new definition of what sovereignty is? We are now seeing in conversations, discussions that actually talk of perhaps possible acquisition of nations or parts of nations. So a completely new dynamic is taking place. Then, ironically again, you find that the people who tend to discredit, and I deliberately use that word, discredit our own African institutions, is Africans themselves. You have the African Union. They make propositions, reasonable propositions. They put them on the table. You refuse to look at them. You refuse to understand them. The same proposition is taken by a friend or a country of the continent. They call you to their capitals. They give you the same thing you refused to appreciate when it was given to you by the African Union or by IGAD. You then sign the same document that you refused to sign when it was offered to you by your own institution. So who really then is undermining the mediation process on the continent? I thought I should be a little blunt so that as you converse on this very difficult topic of mediation, to also look inward and have a serious reflection on how the players on the continent themselves regard mediation, and whether it is us who are giving the advantage to people who have more of a transactional approach, the advantage and the opportunity to drive this process on the African continent. So let's look at it deeply. Let's reflect. The Middle East crisis is teaching us a few things. It's a wake-up call. All of us are facing higher fuel prices. Shortages are beginning to bite systematically in very many countries on the African continent. But I was somewhere else, and yesterday actually, and I was reflecting and saying, Kenya is having a international mining conference as well, and we were talking, and I was saying, can you imagine? South Sudan has oil. Mozambique has gas. Tanzania has gas in the neighborhood. But because of conflict, we can't get the oil from South Sudan or Sudan, and we can't draw the gas from Mozambique. And our traditional suppliers from the Middle East are now faced with a new crisis, and the ships are not flowing or sailing as they should be sailing, so the bite is becoming more painful to the citizens. Can you imagine if this mediation process unlocked all this and allowed Ethiopia to have its fuel from the neighborhood, Kenya to have its gas from the neighborhood, Tanzania to sell their gas to us, Mozambique to do the same? It would be tremendous for all of us and for the citizens of the Horn of Africa and the continent. So these are the issues that we look at and we say, are they really external or are they self-inflicted? Are these issues external or self-inflicted? Today, for instance, after the Middle East crisis and the gas was not able to flow appropriately from Russia to some of the European countries, Algeria has become one of the biggest suppliers of gas to Europe. I think it supplies almost 25% of the gas requirements to Italy today. So there's a lot of potential. We have actually all that can make us self-sustaining. But we continue to engage in conflict. What has happened to the men and women of goodwill on the African continent? They must rise up, they must speak, they must mediate, they must dialogue. And that is what is going to unlock our potential. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wish you an excellent conference and also success so that you can help us step in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your insightful and inspiring opening remarks, which have set a meaningful tone for this conference. Excellencies, now we conclude the opening session. Then we will proceed to a group photo and followed by a short tea break. So the photo session will be happen in the downstairs. So thank you, Excellencies. Thank you so much.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
you bust my head in a local joint.
back to the second session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to the substantive discussion of the conference, it is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Solomon Derso, Executive Director, Amani Africa, to take over and continue facilitating the next section. Dr. Solomon, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, all protocols duly observed, may I kindly invite all of you to take your seat, and greetings and good morning to all of you. Let me start off by expressing deep appreciation to IGAD and the Executive Secretary, Dr. Workan Gabayo, for being able to bring under IGAD's flag such an incredible caliber, heavy people from across the board here in this house. I was mentioning to Director Siraj earlier that one of the ways in which leadership is exercised is through the kind of convening that leaders enable and facilitate. And therefore, we all here are very pleased to see IGAD providing this important platform at a time of profound significance for the Horn of Africa, for Africa and indeed for the whole world. I will not say much, but the one point that I wish to say is, if what has already been said in the morning through the speeches from the Prime Cabinet Secretary to Dr. Workner and Ambassador Balaish, the one thing that I was asking myself is, it is a very terrifying time that we are living through. If this time is terrifying for the world, I cannot think of how deeply more terrifying it should be for us here on the African continent. The points that the Prime Cabinet Secretary said about thoughts of acquisition of nations, it resonates deeply with the bitter historical experience that this continent endured. More than all of the points that have been made, this should send shockwaves here on the African continent. But I'm not really sure how deeply and more profoundly terrified we are, and therefore shaking ourselves off the complacent place we find ourselves in. With that, it is my distinguished honor and privilege to kindly call to the podium His Excellency Martin Griffiths, former Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, and my dear brother and mentor, Abdul Muhammad, Senior Advisor to the IGAD Executive Secretary, IGAD, and one of the brains, if not the brain, behind this convening. Can we all please put our hands together and welcome them?
I'm not doing anything without you.
So you welcome. This session, as you have seen from the program, is a framing mediation within a context of normative erosion, institutional fragmentation, and geopolitical contestation. These are indeed the words that we heard early before the coffee break, but these are really diplomatic framings, I would say. The situation is much more profound. But the questions that we will be addressing would be, how have normative erosion, if not collapse, and institutional fragmentation is reshaping and reshaped mediation? What are the implications of competing mediation tracks? Why is mediation increasingly disconnected from political outcomes? Can mediation retain legitimacy without multilateral coherence? And to start us off, may I kindly welcome to the podium Martin Griffiths, please. You have the floor. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. I was just settling down and calming my nerves before that introduction happened. All those words I don't quite understand, but I know people on this stage who do. But I'm very flattered to be here, and I thank you very much indeed. I want to talk about the very issues that Urkana, you and others this morning went through, Mohamed Bulaish and so forth, about the desperate nature of mediation globally, the transactionalism, and it's framed by these questions. But I want to start by saying, and it was a reflection I had after preparing these remarks, that this is not about the multilateralism in Africa. It affects the multilateralism in Africa, as we have been hearing so coherently this morning. But when I make these criticisms of global transactional mediation, I want to come at the end to the extraordinary responsibility that now lies, I hope, on African regional organizations, IGAD of course, African Union and others, to tell us globally how to behave better. So I hope I'll be convincing of that. I want to start with just reflecting, and we all know it very well firsthand, I'm sure, in this room. Many more wars, many fewer sustainable agreements. And again, it was a theme already in the first session. The focus all over the world is on ending the fighting rather than agreeing a pathway to a durable peace and stability. We see this very vividly, of course, in the important efforts to end the war between the US and Israel and Iran. But we've seen it elsewhere. We've seen it in Gaza. We see it in many parts of the world. And indeed, to some extent in Sudan, where we now have, I'm blessed to see Pekka Haavisto here, my close friend and former colleague, bringing his extraordinary knowledge of mediation and diplomacy to bear on this most difficult one of all, and I'll come back to Sudan. It's fine to get a ceasefire. In fact, it's of primary importance. It is the first step of our conscience to enable the fighting to stop. But in my experience, my bitter experience as a mediator for some years, they never last if they're not linked to peace. And on the whole, as I will say, it's a lot easier to end the fighting, not that easy, but it's a lot easier than building peace. But if you want to build peace, if you want to end the fighting, don't stop with a pause in the fighting. Be more ambitious. Embrace people like former Prime Minister Hamdok, who is here with us, and others, who will lead us with IGAD to peace in Sudan. It's not just about ending the fighting. It's not just about the generals in that or any other context. I worked in Yemen for the United Nations as a mediator back in 2018 to 2021. And we spent an enormous amount of time debating, discussing, consulting regional powers as well as the parties on a dispute resolution mechanism on how to monitor a ceasefire that we were at that time confident in bringing to existence. It didn't happen. World changed. The Houthis decided on a different track. But it was an experience for me that is a searing experience, because it shows how much work needs to be done on the details of ceasefire management. And without that, it's not actually a ceasefire. It's at best a pause. Look at what's happening in Gaza. That hasn't moved from a pause to anything beyond. It hasn't actually challenged the ultimately most important precepts held by the parties based on the non-alignment of their interests. Israel wants the continuing occupation of the occupied territories. Hamas, of course, very different. Secondly, to say impunity is the norm, as Mohammed Balanch, you were also speaking to that, is true, very true, and it's important to keep saying it, but it's also ignored, largely. Not so much in this continent, not so much clearly in the IGAD framework of principles. Legal processes are very slow, I'm sorry to say. I was most of my life in the United Nations, so I have a certain sort of indirect pride in the organizations set up, particularly under Kofi Annan, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice. But the lack of clarity of purpose or publicity about investigations of obvious breaches, and then of some process moving beyond calling out names to actually bringing names to accountability, is a tragic moment in legal process. I was talking to somebody a couple of days ago about, in a different context, the Gambia process in the International Criminal Court involving Myanmar. And I was told it would take another 6 years before it comes to court. How many people will die in those 6 years? And I was struck in Gaza, but it's clearly very true in Sudan, how little action, not attention, that's also fairly defeated, but action has come out of very obvious crimes, which have been noted and commented on as crimes, possibly war crimes. It is true about the murder of humanitarian aid workers. I was in the humanitarian business in the UN, and the number of cases against perpetrators of killings globally of humanitarian aid workers is almost nothing. Almost nothing. And that's also a responsibility for the employers of those aid workers, who have obviously a duty of care, let alone of justice. So accountability is, in the sense of impunity, treated with contempt. I'm not talking about this region. I think it's amazing how the African Union, IGAD, and other regional organizations in Africa treat it very seriously and spoke about it this morning, the need for justice, the need for accountability. I don't see that happening very much elsewhere, which will be back where I come to the reason we need you, not just here in Africa, but elsewhere. I've often thought that nowadays there's no reason not to make war. Why not go to war? You might win, you know. People will die, that's okay. You have ambitions. We can see that in Sudan very visibly, I think, because you won't go to jail for it. The chances of being sent to jail as a warmonger, as a warlord, as a war criminal are so few. Even President Assad of Syria, who I got to know quite well while he was president because of my humanitarian work and job, he fled, remember that, overnight to Moscow. As far as I know, there's no process yet of any seriousness to impeach him, to bring him to trial for his appalling war crimes. And I can talk about those firsthand. Next, track one mediation. I think we all know what that is. It's the mediation between states parties, and it's different from track two, which is a support process, an advisory process, and track 1.5 is, as you would see, halfway between the two. Track one mediation has been taken back into the hands of states. When I was starting out on mediation in Geneva in 1999, in the organization, the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, we led track one mediation efforts in all different parts of the world. As one very distinguished international mediator said to me years later, he said, "That will never happen again, Martin. You'll never have that opportunity." I don't think that's a bad thing. But we need to consider the new architecture. And we need to consider, which will be my main point, the total need for multilateralism, extraordinarily well represented here. And it's a rare moment of pleasure to be among a group of multilateralists, I can tell you. But we need to consider what is the impact of states exercising transactional mediation, which is what we see in so many parts of the world, and without a sense of principles or a sense of purpose or a sense of inclusion. I'm so delighted that Pekka has taken over this job of special envoy, personal envoy to Sudan and the Horn. And I've known him for many years. As I said, he was my boss for many of those years. I know he knows this region not almost as well as you, but a lot better than me. And it's very welcoming and unusual to have the United Nations with its political diplomacy step in as an assistant, as a contributor, and maybe as a leader. Multilateralism is a common shared agenda. And we need to make sure we share the same principles and agenda, but it's one where linkages, obviously, you have it very clearly here in Africa, but also with the international system is so important. So thank you, Pekka, for your magic. Legitimacy in mediation now. And these are all questions which Abdul Mohammed wrote for me, and then saw my remarks and said I wasn't actually getting onto the subject very well, so I've been changing them quite a bit. I know he'll speak in a minute in judgment. Legitimacy is now, in mediation, is now a matter first of power, not here, but in the Middle East we see it very clearly. Power, interests, leverage. Leverage is seen as the new force majeure in ending wars. Yet our experience, I think, in this room is that wars almost never end with force. They won't end with force, I'm sure, in Sudan. They will end with an agreement to protect and provide support for civilian rule, even if that's imposed on some. And I would make an exception here for recent actions, in the case of one member state, not just recent, by Pakistan, Oman, and Qatar in the Middle East. I do quite a lot of work with Qatar, and also have done a lot, of course, with Oman. But I'm very, very struck, and Pakistan is the current case, isn't it, of very energetic, very good mediation, not imposing interests, but imposing a pace to make the parties come and see how they will sort out their differences. Pakistan is a model at the moment. Oman has been so for many years. And Qatar, of course, is a focal point for the new mediation, which I will also come back to. So there are exceptions to the rule of transactionalism. But the rule of transactionalism usually depends on mediators, on states. These states are exceptional, but they are exception to the rule. It also means that with states taking over these functions, that so-called professional mediators, of which I think I would claim to have been one, are absent from the scene, to the detriment, I think, of the quality and principles of the practice. And this way is multilateralism, which is the ultimate legitimacy, which is the sole legitimacy, in my experience, can redress that also new gap which is arising out of the change in mediation. Next. And this is another mea culpa. To make mediation about more than ending the fighting and more about peace, the inclusion of people, ordinary people like us in this room, absolutely essential. And when I was practicing mediation, some of it under Pekka's oversight, I wasn't very good at this. I remember when I was mediating in Spain between the Spanish government and the terrorist group ETA, the Basque terrorist group. The one thing both sides could agree on is to say, don't ever go near the Basque country because you're not going to talk to the people. That would, you just talk to us. We saw that very strongly in the first Jeddah meeting back in the early days of the Sudan war, where I was present in the city but not in the talks, and where we were saying, I was a humanitarian person, but we were saying, you have to involve the emergency rooms, even in the humanitarian agreement, perhaps particularly in the humanitarian agreement. And of course, both parties said, no way, we're not going to do that. And yet the emergency rooms in Khartoum, which was the focus, I think, of humanitarian action at the time, for obvious reasons, was obviously going to be led and implemented by the emergency rooms. These incredible people, non-political, stuck to their mandate, stuck to their purpose, and yet they were pushed away. And that's my general experience of mediation. Keep the people out, for God's sake, otherwise it gets complicated. Well, it gets complicated for a good reason, because peace is complicated. Civilian rule is complicated. It takes time. I want to refer to Syria in a minute. And I learned from bitter experience the obvious, which is absolutely involve the people. Find the networks that exist across the world which bring them together. Find the ways in which, again, Prime Minister, you have been talking to the people all the time because of your civilian position and civilian leadership. Because without them, there's going to be no successful outcome. It's very difficult for mediation to do that. I'm not naive about that, because getting rid of the inclusion of the people, let alone gender, it continues, and you talked about that, okay, the absence of women, that this would be much simpler and much less effective. So I think the validation and presence of the people is necessary for a peace agreement. I know it's difficult, I know it's necessary. In fact, in the case of ETA, which came to a successful conclusion, thanks to the extraordinary work of both parties, Madrid and ETA, it was all about how ETA finally realized that the armed struggle was going nowhere apart from killing their own people, and that they then went to their base, their political base, the people in the Basque Country, and had about a year conversation with them, and turned to the obvious conclusion, which was the people didn't want more armed struggle, and it was abandoned formally. Remember, Kofi Annan, I think, went to San Sebastian to announce it. And it's stuck ever since because of that acceptance of the people. And I would simply say, and it's in line, working over what you and the others this morning were saying, it's in line with legitimacy. The legitimacy of the peace process depends also on the involvement of the people. And it's very, very rare to find it structurally included. The hope of a political process, I think I've mentioned this, is not just because we need to tick the box of peace, but because nothing will work without it. You know, in my humanitarian experience now, more than mediation, the one thing that dies, again mentioned in the first session, is hope. And if the people don't have hope, have a horizon of stability and future for themselves and their families, they lose hope. This actually leads to lives being lost. As we know, we see it in Gaza vividly, increase of disease, especially for children. But it also leads to a demise in the peace process. The energy of hope is an integral part of every peace process. I think the obvious link to peace and the absence of it is there for two big reasons. Again, nothing surprising about this. First, ending a war these days, globally, is transactional, and it's a political prize, much more importantly than a humanitarian or humanity aspiration. We all hear the talk about Nobel Peace Prizes vividly coming on our screens every so often, and who supports who and so forth. But it's a political prize. It always has been a political prize, but not to the extent now where it is the objective of the intervention of the mediator or the peacemaker. Second reason, building peace takes longer, is more complex. Syria, I mentioned earlier, is the case that I'm most familiar with nowadays. Syria, through military action, unusually, ended the fighting mostly. but it didn't bring stability to the people of Syria and the minorities, many of whom, with whom I've been closely associated, including the Kurdish groups, both PKK and those of the Syrian Defense Forces. And so the regime, President Shara and his administration, are facing, they are genuinely facing, the long march to peace. And they're grappling with all the impossible decisions that need to be made. Accountability for justice, huge issue in Syria like every other conflict. The process of unifying the country while making perhaps, it's a steps sequencing process for some parts of the country. I don't think the Kurds are going to give up their weapons easily. And Sueda is very worried about central power. But they're addressing these issues. It's like an open program of peacemaking with the best will, some serious mistakes. Accountability for military actions, for example, is very absent. But it is an example of building peace. It's heroic, in my view, and it's rare, and it's one for us to learn. I want to say something about multilateralism now. As I said, I'm from the United Nations until I left last year, the year before. And so legitimacy, multilateral legitimacy, is a huge issue for me, as well as I think most of us here. I've learnt through that process, through United Nations, a deep respect for regional organizations. Had a lot to do with IGAD and the African Union. I had a lot to do in Yemen with the GCC and so on and so forth. They have the energy, they have the local knowledge, they have the aspiration, and in the case of IGAD and the African Union, they have the principles, as we were hearing this morning already. They have the ambition to do this right and to do good, instead of just ticking the box of ending the fighting. I was an advisor to Kofi Annan when he came here in 2008 to do that mediation in the Serena Hotel. Unfortunately, made a public comment about being the prisoner of peace because it took 6 weeks. I said to him at the time, 6 weeks is probably worth it, more or less. I mean, spend a bit of time on making peace. It was not an easy process. It was a controversial process for many people, still is, I think. But I remember how he upped the level from the Serena group. He walked out of the room, I was sitting next to him, and he walked down the corridor in the Serena and went straight out to the press gathered there, as they always were, and said, "We're stopping now, it's all finished. I'm asking the principals now to come towards resolving the problem." And in the absolute clarity of African traditions, conventions, and culture and values, that worked. It kind of only would work in Africa. So the legitimacy of African passions, African regional organizations, he was there, of course, under a mandate from the African Union, is signal. It's unusual, even more unusual now. We need you. We need you not just here, we need you for the world. I want to talk a little bit then now at the end about what to do about this. Workner was telling me yesterday, make sure you talk a little bit about the future. A bit of practical stuff would be nice, Martin. The multilateralism of Africa is a rare and wonderful thing. The UN will always try, it is the ultimate legitimacy, but it lacks the spirit and energy at the moment, Pekka aside, obviously, to do the business. And your knowledge of Sudan, for example, the African Union knowledge with its principles of no coups, no recognition if you come to power through coup, is so unusual. And yet it could be replicated elsewhere. We would have loved to have seen that effectively carried through in Sudan. So here's what I think we need to do in that context. To have you as the leader of global clarity about what the principles of mediation are. The absolute link between ending the fighting and building peace. The inevitable concessions and failures and attention, however, to building peace with all its complexity, because that is the way you address things. and bringing that clarity of purpose, which is why this reflection conference is so important, so unique, to the world, as well as to your continent. We know that the Global South must take up the baton of mediation. You are, of course, in that inchoate definition, but we know that that's not happening as it should. But the old world needs the new world to come to its rescue. Just because Churchill said it, not a man I would have voted for, I don't think, doesn't mean it's not true. It is true. You can understand and explore and explain the inclusion issues that I've just discussed, the inclusion of women, as you said, but the inclusion of people and how to make it work. And in particular, a focused and constructive African contribution to the debate about multilateralism and mediation, exactly what this topic is about. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see this happen every year, for example? This very unusual meeting. Wouldn't it be wonderful to use your experience and talents in IGAD of mediation, and of course in the African Union, as a basis for forging a consensus that will go beyond the continent, but will obviously infuse the continent. I think for African leadership to bring back mediation to where it should be and where you have always wanted it to be, you have a great challenge, which you never got selected to do this, but we need you. We need you desperately. Look at the failures. Look at our failures around the world. Nobody ever talks about Afghanistan anymore. Nobody talks about Myanmar really anymore. Middle East, is a conflict which none of us really understand because it's completely interconnected. Syria's off on its own and so forth. All of them come together when we talk about the principles of professional mediation, which you referred to in your remarks. I'm one of those desperate to see you do that. I'm one of those desperate to assist in any way that I could, obviously, to that. But you probably don't need help from foreigners like me. We need help from people like you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, for those framing and also probing reflections and the weight of responsibility that this part of the world bears for coming to the rescue. I'm not sure of the old world, but certainly of humanity. With that, it is really my pleasure to welcome Abdul Mohammed. Abdul is known for his incredible passion for articulating, but also even in the face of incredible cynicism, despair, who constantly keeps trying and sustains hope. It is an incredible character that Abdul embodies for the kind of trade that mediation is, and we are really, really happy as Ethiopians and as people of the region that he represents and embodies the best characters of mediation. Abdul, over to you, please.
Thank you so much for that extremely generous introduction. And let me, by way of introduction, say that I'd like to acknowledge the leadership role and the encouragement we received to hold this meeting from His Excellency, the Executive Director of IGAD, Dr. Warkena. I would like also to acknowledge the work done by Honorable Siraj Fergesa and his team to make this event into a reality. And it's the work of many individuals who thought this was the time for practitioners and for researchers to come together and collectively reflect about the status of mediation in the context of the new global crisis. And I was tempted really, because my task was to set the scene, but the scene was set very competently and beautifully this morning, and I was really hesitating not to speak so that I'll not say something that will dilute the significance of what has been said this morning, inadvertently at least. But let me, if I'm brave, I would sit down, but I'm not that brave. But let me just highlight some generic issue. So I will begin by associating myself with the rich and thoughtful reflections we already had this morning. In many respects, the remarks by His Excellency, the Executive Director, His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kenya, and now with Martin Griffith, and my good brother, Ambassador Bill Esch, they have already set the scene strategically. And I hope we'll grasp that. So allow me, therefore, not to repeat what they have said, but to briefly draw out a few generic overarching ideas to guide our discussion today and tomorrow. Everybody have said this, and I would like to emphasize again, we are operating in a moment of profound, some say transition, some of us say rupture. Institutions that we are associated with, be it IGAD, the African Union, the United Nations, the European Union, were built and operated and provided leadership and cultivated leaders based on norms and principles intended to regulate the behavior of nation states, to constrain power, and promote peaceful resolution of conflict. These institutions were established for such purposes. And I'm always fond, when I'm in trouble, of not knowing what is next, I'm always recall what I think the second Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld, said as a guide, which is basically multilateral institutions were not created to take you to heaven, they are created to prevent you from going to hell. Okay, that should serve as a framework to try to understand both our weaknesses and our strength. Yet, today, these norms and principles, as His Excellency the Executive Secretary said, are under strain. All of you have basically, including Martin, basically repeated that, and they said diluted, we are being bypassed, and in some cases, we have been deliberately hollowed out. So we are at a crossroad, that's a familiar terminology. Military forces, once considered to be the last resort, is increasingly becoming a first option. Okay? That's the signal of our age. The restraint that once made war costly and constrained powers are weakening. This is the environment in which mediation must now operate. an extremely hostile environment. What we are witnessing is not simply the failure of mediation, but a structural mismatch between mediation as a practice, as practiced, and the realities it seeks to address. Mediation evolved in a different era of greater coherence and clearer authority. Today, it is often overstretched, fragmented, and sidelined, and strategically, as a result of that, incoherent. Others have repeated that. In the Horn of Africa, this mismatch is especially visible. Conflicts are embedded in a regional system, as his executive secretary said, shaped by cross-border dynamics, external interventions, and entrenched war economies. This is not a collection of isolated crises, but a complex and interconnected conflict system. This broader challenge is perhaps most starkly reflected in the Sudan. And yet, this moment of erosion must also be a moment of extreme responsibility. For Africa, these norms are not external. These norms and principles that are embedded in multilateral institutions are not external. They are actually part and parcel of our own internal African framework and tradition. And it is part and parcel of the vision embedded in Pan-Africanism, these norms and principles. So they are not alien to us. Nobody imposed it on us. No. We are in harmony with this, in the realities of the people affected by conflict. The challenge, therefore, before us is not simply to improve mediation, it is to rethink it politically, strategically, and institutionally. Because the future of mediation will not be determined in theory, but also in practice, in whether we are prepared to act differently, think differently, and lead differently. The question is not whether change is necessary, the question is whether we are ready to make it. And as part of our duty, as we conclude this meeting tomorrow, I hope an idea will emerge attached to a strategy that will ignite or that will trigger the formation of a coalition, not only within Africa, but globally, a coalition to rescue, restore the norms and principles that have animated multilateral institutions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul, for highlighting those framing questions relating to multilateralism, legitimacy, and the defense of the principles and norms of mediation as central to and part and parcel of who we are and what Pan-Africanism and Pan-African multilateralism is all about. And of course, the question that you asked about the imperative for change, but whether we are going to make the change that is required is a very important question that should animate, I think, the entirety of the reflections that we will be having in the course of today and tomorrow. The last point that you landed on is part of, I think, the answer to that question. To make this change, the necessary change, basically, there is no way of going back to the old. There is nothing to return back to. So we have to move forward. And how do we do that? The kind of, I think, change that is required, part of it is what kind of coalition of actors, thinking, processes, structures, discourse do we need in place, to have in place, in order to make that necessary change that would breathe life and to make mediation great again. May I say that? Yeah. But indeed, to make mediation the premier institutional tool for advancing peace and security globally. I think it's really about, given the change that we are witnessing, what kind of change would enable mediation to remain and become that premier tool for resolution and dispute settlement, anchored on those principles of mediation, of course, particularly those relating to the question of legitimacy that both you and Martin spoke about, that ultimately has to be judged based on the lives saved, based on the dignities restored, and based on the hope that has been brought back after the kind of rupture that we are witnessing here in the Horn of Africa, prominently in the Sudan. How do we achieve and how do we get there? With that, I will open the floor for reflections from the distinguished participants. As I do that, I was given by His Excellency Director Siraj that it would also be good to have a word or two from the participants introducing themselves. I'm sure many of you know each other, but there are a few of us who may not know quite a few of you. So it would be great as you take the floor if you introduce yourself, and then we will have people sitting next to you also introducing themselves. With that, the floor is open before we move to the next panel. I have recognized my former boss. I don't know if he's the tallest man in the house, but we have another tall man, I was told. Paul Simon Handy, I recognize you. Yes, Excellency Pekka. And Peyton, of course. So let me start with Paul, Pekka, and then Peyton. Thank you all very much. We don't have many women here, but may I kindly insist that, as Martin rightly pointed out, we enable and create conditions for women to speak as well. Thank you. Paul, please.
Thank you very much, Solomon, and thanks to the panelists, Martin and Abdul. In preparation of this meeting, I try and look at some databases of mediation, and I was a bit struck to realize that there's some sort of feeling that mediation is changing, but actually data suggests different things. That mediation, at least the practices of mediation, have remained very stable over time. But maybe the feeling of mediation failing is suggesting that things have changed. But what I think has changed is more competition about the ontologies of mediation, competition about what mediation is supposed to be achieving, the end we have been for quite some time seeing a mediation process being dominated by a liberal model, where there was some sort of consensus. I mean, there was contestation, but it was more or less consensual that the end state would be to establish some liberal norms, institutional reforms, democratic governance. But this approach of mediation is contested by many actors. But of course, everybody has mentioned that transactional bargaining, which relates to economic access, diplomatic recognition, and maybe also geopolitical. What is IGAD's ontology for mediation? What does IGAD try to achieve? And what would you say, because we say IGAD competes with other actors, sometimes quite powerful actors, how would you define IGAD's leverage to mediate the conflicts that happen in the region? Thank you.
I know you are very famous and known, but I don't know you. Can you introduce yourself for me at least?
Thank you, Solomon. Paul Simon Andy from the Institute for Security Studies.
Thank you very much, Paul. Pekka, please.
That's on. Yes, that's fine.
So thank you, and I hope that the mic is working. My name is Pekka Haavisto. I'm the Personal Envoy Secretary General for Sudan, and nice to be here, and thanks Salomon, and thanks Martin and Abdul for the very interesting introductions. I have one comment and one question. My comment is actually about the transactionalism. We always think that processes are transactional or mediators are transactional, but sometimes the clients are also transactional. And this brings me back to Abuja talks in Sudan or in neighboring country Nigeria with the Darfur groups. And I have to say that every day you had to check who is whose friend and who is whose enemy today, and a lot of transactionalism was also there by the clients. So we have to remember that it's not always the mediator's fault and so forth. That was my comment. But then actually my question, and since Martin is at the stage, is very much on inclusiveness, and I hope that I'm not running too far to very practical issues, but when we speak about inclusive processes and inclusion, of course this is part of the credibility of the processes as well. We speak about the women, we speak about the youth and so forth, but the elephant in the room very often are the radical groups, Islamist groups or other groups. And I know, Martin, you have been dealing with Afghanistan, you have been dealing with Yemen, and seeking your advice also regarding Sudan, that how inclusive is the inclusive process, who should be in the room and who should be left out from the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peyton, please. And then Prime Minister Hamdok, please.
There we go. Thanks, Solomon, and thanks to the organizers for having me here. It's a pleasure, and thanks to the panel for the comments. I actually just have a question, which is I'm struck, actually, starting with Dr. Workane's opening comments, that this sort of one of the through lines that at least I'm observing in the course of the morning is this question of legitimacy. And I'm also struck by a point Martin made, that mediation is being sort of seized back by governments and perhaps by extension intergovernmental organizations. And it's only natural that when governments and intergovernmental authorities are at the forefront of mediation efforts, they are going to tend towards relating to other governments as the first sort of priority, as the first act. But when you look at a number of the conflicts rather that have been mentioned so far this morning, Syria, Yemen, of course Sudan, a number of the governments involved in those conflicts are not actually exercising the roles of governments, right? They're not actually exercising, the recognized governments, I should say, are not actually exercising the authorities that a government normally holds, right? Not exercising full control of their territory. They're certainly not exercising monopoly of force. And there are other, certainly in many cases, not providing services, right, to their people. So the question is, in that sort of environment, there's clearly a tension with this question of legitimacy and the recognition of certain states, right, certain entities as governments. And so, certainly in the Syria case, it turned out that the recognized government ultimately was a hollow shell of itself. So my question for the panel is, how can one wrestle with that as a mediator in this world in which, again, when we're confronting even Yemen and Sudan today, you have entities that are recognized as governments, but not exercising the authority of governments. And what the tension is then as a mediator, attempting to, in theory, be neutral or at least impartial as one conducts that very vital mediation work. Thank you.
Great. Can I request you along the lines of...
Yes, sorry. I'm Peyton Knopf. I was the Deputy Special Envoy for the Horn in the Biden administration, and I'm now with the Dialogue Advisory Group. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Please, former Prime Minister Hamdok.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Let me start by thanking IGAD under the able leadership of my brother, Dr. Werkner, for organizing this and for all those who made this possible. Abdul, Ambassador Siraj. I'm very delighted to be here and meet so many people in this room, and also to mention the hosting of Kenya to this. Of course, this meeting was framed as the Horn of Africa, Somalia conflicts, some maybe mention of Ethiopia, South Sudan and Sudan. But I'm very delighted that Sudan issue has taken center stage. For a while, as Sudanese, we thought our conflict was neglected by the world. With the exception of the anniversary union or IGAD, there are opportunities in this failing multilateralism in the world. There is an opportunity. Let us use this failure to reinforce, as Abdul also said, our own rules and norms which we adopted ourselves. The African Union, Ambassador Belesh, instrument of addressing head-on the second day of unconstitutional takeover of power, this is not present anywhere. The UN is so happy to accept any dictator the following day, walk in and he can talk to the General Assembly. African Union is not doing this. But we should be very proud as Africans about that. Of course, this has a lot of challenges and problems for us, and in Sudan it helped us in providing, under the leadership of IGAD and the AU and Ethiopia, the transition which was aborted by a military coup, which was the following day, the African Union suspended Sudan. I think this is extremely important. Coming back to the current situation in Sudan, I'm sorry, Solomon, it looks like I'm giving another speech, but I think you would allow me a few other cents more than the others. But I think what we are experiencing today, suffering from forum shopping phenomena. There is no coherence in the mediation in Sudan. You remember it started in Jeddah, two sponsors, the US and Saudi Arabia. Manama was better, brought another two, 4 of them. Alps, then many other bilaterals meeting and all that. Today, who in this room would remember Alps? It's gone. And we're hearing about so many others. Saudi Arabia is probably thinking about having an event in Muscat and this. This fragmentation is very dangerous. I think after Berlin, we're coming close to a very good alignment. The talking between Quad and Quintet is taking us in the right direction. We'd like to see the world enforcing this, not allowing separate individual countries to take us into these fragmented approaches and everybody hold their own meeting. I cannot help but to conclude with one issue, Pekka referred to it, the issue of inclusion. I do not think there is anything called 100% inclusivity. we need to be very certain about the spoilers, the fascists and all that. And if Europe was accommodating the Nazis and the fascists, it will not be the democracy that flourished for the last 78 years. And I think in that sense, let us aspire for sufficient inclusivity, and that will take us forward. So thank you very much, and I think through the meeting, there is an excellent program here which would allow us to move beyond the conceptualization and the abstract to, as Dr. Worken asked Martin, to look into much more practical approaches to address some of the conflicts in our region. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for this long-worded thing. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. I was not sure whether Sudan was the agenda, but now you are making it the agenda. But it was implicit, of course, in the conversation. And I think the most important point, of course, that you made is that Africa, the African Union, IGAD, need to be at the forefront of providing the spaces and also sustaining the attention, if not the action, as Martin said. Sustaining the attention, if not the action, on the situation in Sudan. I think that is indeed important. I don't see any hand being raised at the moment. Oh, gosh, Haile. So wonderful to see you.
Well, thank you very much for organizing this. Goes without saying. I think when approaching any conflict, the resolution of any conflict, it is very important, number one, to understand the context, and number two, to put the solution within a certain framework. Now, IGAD was reformed, I might say, as an instrument of regional integration. To what extent is IGAD still taking this objective of creating IGAD as an instrument of regional integration taken into account when addressing conflicts, when designing peaceful resolutions of conflicts within the IGAD region? I have a reason why I'm asking this question, but I would like to know.
Thank you very much. May I kindly ask you to introduce yourself again? Sorry.
My name is Haile Menkerios. I am retired UN person, but working as a senior advisor to the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue.
Thank you very much, Gashaile. So there are a number of questions about IGAD. What is the leverage of IGAD? And how does regional IGAD, as an instrument of regional integration, gets factored in thinking about and engaging in peace efforts and processes? And I will recognize the gentleman at the very end.
Thank you very much. I am Nureddin Sati, former acting SRSG, UNSRG Burundi, former ambassador of Sudan to France and the United States, former senior advisor for HD under my good friend Martin Griffiths. That was until I think 2012. And I worked with CMI also as an advisor. And now I'm working for peace in Sudan. To answer the question concerning the role of IGAD, to my mind, IGAD needs to regain its moral authority. And to do that, it needs to gain also the collective, I would say, will of its member states. It goes for the UN, it goes for the African Union, it goes for IGAD. There will be no real action for IGAD or any of those institutions without really gaining the collective support and will of their member states. So this, for me, is the beginning. Abdul mentioned the idea of a coalition. I support this idea. I fully support this idea. This would be a collection of the, a coalition of the willing for mediation that would confront a coalition of, I would say, of the willing of anti-mediation in this world, which is a fractured world that everybody has said. So what I am saying, what we need is to create leverage at IGAD level, to create moral authority, to gain the acceptability and the recognition of its member states and all those who are working with IGAD, but also we need to have a look at the mediators themselves. We need a new race of mediators for this changing world. We need new qualities. We need moral authority. We need personal qualities that would cope with this changing world. Those mediators who are capable of picking up the challenge and facing the reality of the world and have the character, I underline this word, in order to fulfill their mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ambassador Rui, please. Maybe the other mic.
Thank you, Solomon. To introduce myself, I'm one, again, among those who are introducing themselves as former this and former that, former Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, former IGAD, and former UN, working on Sudan and South Sudan. I just have a few points, a couple of points to make and questions. IGAD is, of course, an organization of governments, but it is also through its new draft treaty and through various assessments that it has been undergoing, also viewing itself as an institution of people as well. It is an institution of the governments of the region and also of the peoples in this region. What advice would one give to IGAD in this situation when it has to deal with authorities and administrations that are subnational in scope and organized but unrecognized as member states? So this is a challenge that I believe we face. I would also like to maybe ask Martin Griffith relating to the examples given of the unique role that Pakistan and Oman and Qatar have played in the past and present. They have been referred to as successful efforts, unique efforts. These are all individual countries, as you can see. They're not connected to multilateral institutions. So how do you see cases like these in the IGAD region or in the African continent? Do you feel that there's any value that can be gained from the experiences of Pakistan, Oman, and Qatar that could be of help to multilateral institutions in the African continent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, let me come back to the Martin and Abdul. I think questions have been asked about leverage of IGAD, about inclusivity, particularly inclusivity from the perspective of Martin, your experience in the context of extreme groups or of those sorts. And that was followed by the question, how inclusive 100% or sufficient inclusivity? What is possible and what needs to be, worked on? Questions relating to legitimacy as it relates to recognized governments, but not in a position of exercising authority. And what does that really mean? And the question of the kind of characters that mediators also need to have. And I think the question finally relating to the role of IGAD that has been said again and again. Maybe I will also direct that to His Excellency, the Executive Director, Dr. Warkana, for him also being here present with us. I think sitting down and listening, that's really very important, and we thank you for that. And of course, the question of that shift that, Martin, you talked about, in terms of the actors, of the mediation actors, from multilateralists to now individual states. It may not be the problem on and of itself, but there are problems with it. And in that respect, of course, the question that Ambassador Huru asked about, the possibilities for similar kind of actors and in the Horn of Africa or on the continent, and how that can, and the implication of that, of course, for multilateralism as well. I think I will stop there, and we will come back to questions and further introduction from the participants. So, please.
Thanks a lot, Solomon. Thank you. Thank you all. I was hoping to get away before the Q&A, and now that we've heard the questions, you can see why. They're far too pointed and interesting and difficult. And Solomon, you brilliantly summarized the ones for me. Abdul, of course, will speak with his usual authority, and obviously working at it. Let's hope. Let me pick around it a bit, but I have a sort of a hypothesis about this. Pekka asks about working with armed groups, and it's a massively interesting question, obviously, as you said, for my life, because I spent most of my life working with armed groups, from the PKK to the Taliban to Assad, in a way. And it goes also to the heart of the question about the role of governments. I think, Peyton, that was one of the things you were saying, and it's a linked issue. I, of course, believe that a mediation or a peace process has to talk to those who manage war, but not exclusively. I was once, many years ago, a mediator in Indonesia, and I was asked by the Indonesian government, this is a province, Aceh, which was seeking independence, and the Indonesian government asked me right at the beginning, they said that we have two armed groups, one less armed than the other. Who would you recommend we speak to? I said, you decide, basically. But essentially, I said, start off with the one with the guns. Because whatever I might say, and we all say about the frivolities of some ceasefires, ending the taking of lives is crucial. And without the involvement of the warlords, of the heads of the military forces, including the armed groups, you will not make any progress. I was involved quite centrally in a meeting in the Royal United Services Institute a couple of months ago on Sudan. And it was very, very interesting to me that all those present, who were essentially civil society activists, I think, said, never talk to the RSF. They have forfeited their right to be part of any eventual agreement. I wasn't comfortable with that because I knew the RSF wouldn't be that comfortable with it. And this leads me to my theory. And it leads on to what the future mediation is about. What I think a mediator has always had as an obligation is to have some vision of where the process will get to. Managed with a certain amount of modesty because the mediator is not a party. When I started meeting the leaders of ETA, Basque conflict, at that time the last conflict in Europe, the leaders and founders of ETA said to me, "You're not Basque, you don't have a vote, we don't need you to understand the future of the Basque people, you just make the coffee." But it's not just making the coffee. You need the vision, and that will lead you to understand the sequencing between talking to armed groups, particularly armed groups without any claim to legitimacy in the conflict, particularly to armed groups who have committed terrible crimes in the conflict. But you do it in the context of a framework of thinking, which you will have discussed with civil society, with track 2, track 1, the civilians always in the conflict, as well as the parties. A framework which allows you to take the liberty, I think, of dealing with armed groups. You know, in my experience, I know this is true for you, Pekka, we've dealt with bad people all over the world all my life. Some bad people can do good things, but they're there in our communication because they are necessary to stop the bad things happening. I went to Myanmar in 2023 when I was in the UN humanitarian work. I was hugely criticized by the diaspora and the civil opposition because I met the regime leaders, the junta, in the capital, Naypyidaw. And I said, well, you know, I have to do, that's what we have to do. We have to talk to these people. We cannot exclude them. But, and here's the thing about the peace and new values. And it goes to the question about whether governments have the last say. I believe the people have the last say, and I know that sounds incredibly sentimental and a bit like a London liberal and so on and so forth. So I recognize that. Sounds like a humanitarian, even worse. But the people do have the last say. Peace processes are not sustainable without the support of the people. This is not a claim, it's a fact. Peace processes will not work. Sudan is the classic example, of course, without civilian leadership. And so what the mediator needs to do is to understand how to marry those things together in a way that leads to sustainable peace. The UN has always had this firm concept, hasn't it, that peace agreements need to be sustainable, and they're not just about rewarding the better negotiator. I think that's very important. I'm sure that's true with IGAD and the African Union certainly as well. So this is not news here, but it's news in some places. I'll come on to Pakistan and so forth, Nuruddin, in a minute. But we need to impose not just our morals. Mediators need to, eliminate ego in the pursuit of their function, but our understanding of what is important for the people under the conflict. It's not our conflict, it's their conflict. They have a right to be present at the table, and our obligation, much more than it used to be when mediation many years ago used to be a matter of, like the ETA person said to me, you lay the table, we'll do the talking. I don't think that's good enough anymore. It never really was. But it shouldn't translate into a vision that is imposed on the parties. It is a vision which is offered to the people, offered to the parties in that process that everybody here understands well. In that sense, I think the new mediators, the question, Solomon, that you asked, the new mediators need to be new, need to be different, need to be non-Western, hopefully, except for you and me, Pekka, which, we're always needed. But they need to be that, the Global South baton. They need to be women. We've talked about the extraordinarily bad performance of gender inclusion in mediation. But I think the new mediators need to be steeped in the philosophy, the principles, the things that you described of mediation, as well as the very powerful speech from the Foreign Secretary of Kenya. So we need to be more moral beings, perhaps, than we have allowed ourselves to be in the past, but not as an ego, not as an imposition, but as an offer, as a way of saying we have a view about not the future of your country, but we have a view about what will make that future possible. We don't vote, but we understand the dynamics of conflict and exclusion. So it's quite a different imposition on the mediators. It's asking much more of them. And I think Abdul, as usual, spoke to this more coherently than me, that mediators now need to be embraced for their wisdom as much as for their empathy. That, of course, is wonderfully focused on IGAD and the African Union. We'll hear more, I think, on that in a minute. That's a new philosophy for mediation. There is a new mediation. It's not that different from the past, as we've heard in the first question, but it's a new responsibility for mediation organizations and mediators. And to that extent, of course, their orientation, their selection, their practice needs to be re-examined. And you said, Abdul, wasn't it? Rethought, reimagined. I totally agree with that. We're at that inflection point. And that goes back, finally, Solomon, to the question from Nuruddin about countries, Qatar, Pakistan, Oman. None of these had much legitimacy in multilateral terms. It was striking that Oman, which is a magnificent exponent of mediation as a listening process, and courageous, as we saw from the foreign minister, in getting cross about the disruption of the process that he was running in Geneva at the time before the war started. But Oman is not part of, it is part of the GCC, but it's not part of a multilateral enterprise. Pakistan, of course, not either, and neither is Qatar. Qatar, I think, and I witnessed it closely, played an extraordinary game in its mediation links with Hamas, which had terrible risks from it. In fact, Doha was bombed at one point. The Hamas peace committee was meeting. And they came under huge pressure from the United States and others for dealing with these terrorists. I, of course, have said publicly that Hamas is not a terrorist organization as far as the United Nations is concerned. But they do those terrible things, so it may be a distinction without a difference. But Qatar came under huge pressure, and if they had been part of a multilateral organization, in their case the GCC, I think they would be much better protected. We all know why that's not possible. It's a riven region, the Gulf, with different attitudes from each country. But here, you have an opportunity to enhance mediation through enhanced legitimacy. I think Pakistan has gained legitimacy through its actions, but it didn't acquire it de novo. It didn't have it at the beginning. Pakistan was not an obvious case for an international mediator, to say the least. I've lived there many years and loved the place, but it wasn't a peacemaker in anything, and then it is. But it's not enough. So I think, Nuruddin, these are examples of straws in the wind rather than a reset, rather than a reimagining. And the reimagining will come from here. This is why I don't know of any other region which has done this kind of conference, this kind of reflection conference, these kind of difficult questions. And of course Sudan is central to that, because of the terrible lack of progress that's been made. And it's important that we've heard from Dr. Hambock about the quartet and the quintet being actually quite an enterprising set of governments. And I want to end with this. And that point, there's no problem with governments also playing a large role in mediation, using the leverage, but hopefully a beneficial leverage rather than interest, to push for change, but not making them the squires of the process, not making them the usurper of legitimacy. The people are the ultimate legitimacy. Multilateralism is a way to include them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
think most of the observations and the questions, most of them will probably be answered in due course in the next two days. And for the sake of time constraints, I will not go in details, but let me highlight maybe 1-2 issues. Look, the current templates that has been guiding us in mediation were a product of a certain period, a certain hegemony period. You can call it the liberal order, or under liberal, principles, whatever. But they were incubated in this period. So, but the interesting thing is that in Africa, they were creatively applied over a period of time. And that time may have come to an end. That's what we want to communicate, I think, in this kind of a gathering. There is a conflict. We know what to do. We were trained to do A, B, C, D. Stop the war, security arrangement. African Union went even further and said silencing the guns, just to make sure nothing is left unturned. From security arrangement, you move into wealth sharing, power sharing, and then if that's not enough, given the intensity of the war, then you include, if the war has been so terrible, then you include transitional justice as part of the template. And then, since inclusivity becomes a challenge permanently, as a matter of fact, then you say national dialogue. Right? All of these were templates that were creatively applied through this period. Now, this period may have come to an end because war has made them obsolete, I think. That's why we need to discuss the nature of wars that are taking place and how we are going. Maybe there are certain templates that need to be rescued, but we have reached the end of the line. So this is one. I think Pekka's issue regarding transaction has always been there. Okay, we practiced it in Sudan. I used to work for him, and we were listening to a transactional requests, and we were responding to them. But these transactions were taking place under the rubric of a politically defined outcome to the mediation. Okay, because at that time, the whole purpose of mediation is a political outcome. Okay, so as long as you have a mediator that keeps that intact, then transaction could take place under this hegemon. Now that's not there anymore. So transaction is having now its own life. And it's no more called mediation, it's called deal making. All right? And the epicenter for that is, of course, the current US administration, and a manifestation of it is the Board of Peace. Okay? The Board of Peace is basically to make deals that the multilaterals will not be able to make. Of course, willingly or knowingly or unknowingly, the Security Council blessed it, and I think they are regretting it. So these are, so that's one. Other issue.
Abdul, may I ask you to wrap up?
Okay, I'll wrap up by the issue of legitimacy. Let me raise a lecture. I want to say something about Sudan, but we have other opportunities. But on the issue of legitimacy, look, all of these multilateral institutions were created willingly by member states, because each member state reached their limits in exercising their sovereignty. Therefore, when they created this multilateral, it's actually an instrument of enhancing their sovereignty through collective means, to realize their sovereignty through collectivity. That's why, So read the preamble of the UN. We, to save
successive generation from the scourge of war. If you read the preamble of IGAD, it's the same thing. These are member states realizing their limitations, lending their sovereignty. The same with the African Union. Read the Constitutive Act, not the OAU one. That's done. The Constitutive Act, which was a reinvention, you know. And it tells you that member states, even when they are against multilateral or not cooperating with them in their inner self, they need it for one reason or the other, you know. So legitimacy is driven by what has been conferred. And then there is a legitimacy that by their action, the multilateral institutions, by the way they do their business, by their, by their success stories, by their determination, also acquire autonomous legitimacy. And this is not there. Thank you.
Excellent. Please join me in thanking the members of the panel. As I kindly request them to get back to their seats and ask the next members of the panel to the podium, may I kindly give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Workana, since IGAD became the center of conversation during this panel. Dr. Workana, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solomon. And so I want to thank Martin and Abdul for a very brilliant presentation and provoking this very important discussion. Solomon has forced me to talk, so I have to talk a little bit. The subject matter is not about IGAD. Now we are talking about the mediation, the challenge that we are facing in mediation. But mediation, you cannot do it mediation somewhere without institutions. So IGAD is one of such organizations which is created willingly by member states. The role of IGAD so far in terms of the challenge that the region is facing is very clear that I'm not going to tell you. Also, I'm not going to read from the constitution of IGAD about the role of IGAD. But still we are passing through the challenge, and still IGAD is there to tackle the challenges that the region is facing, the challenges that a single country cannot resolve it. We have earlier talked about mediation vis-a-vis the political willingness of the member states. IGAD really doesn't have an enforcement mechanism unless and otherwise the goodwill and the political backing of the member states which supports. Sometimes that is also very, very challenging. Pekka has mentioned one very important point about the clients, which has not noticed by even from this discussion. The clients are the one who really needs that mediation, and what is the real behavior nowadays, these clients? How can we really put a pressure upon the clients? One of the challenges that IGAD passing through is how to enforce the decisions. For example, I can tell you, in last African Union summit, there was a meeting of the C5 and IGAD about South Sudan. The outcome of the meeting was very clear, and the decision of the meeting was very clear, and that meeting and that decision, the IGAD is there, and African Union was also has mandated to enforce the decision of that C5. But still, after 2-3 months, we are struggling to enforce that meeting. That shows you That's why we came here. How can we really effectively can work together? The other points are already as mentioned, the leverage which is mentioned by Martin and the legality of the institutions. Unless and otherwise, a single country cannot resolve an issue or an issue which is cross-bordering, the multilateral institutions have there is no an option than collectively working together. So we can discuss further, and we are here to listen to you. What are really the challenges and what are the way forward? And specifically about Sudan, that is a very live example that also expressed, Prime Minister Abdullah has already mentioned. So I ask this gathering to indicate any aspects which can help. This is a challenge that we are facing here. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you again to Martin and Abdul. Now I would like to call to the high table Muriti Mutiga and Jan Pospisil. I'm sorry for doing this to your name. I hope you will help me master it by the end of this panel. I think earlier on the questions have been asked. The context in which mediation is happening is adequately canvassed through the interventions, both from the table and also from the participants in the floor. So now we move a little bit closer and on the question of reframing mediation. And here the questions that have been asked relate to, of course, what does fragmentation as a structural condition mean in the way that Abdul described earlier on, and what the implication of this is for mediation. How does regionalization and regional orders, such as IGAD and the African Union, reshape mediation? And how should mediators operate without a single leader? Can a shared political horizon be built? And how should IGAD position itself? I think this relates to the point that Dr. Workner made earlier on. So part of your responsibility as members of this panel is to give us a hint and a frame of how regional organizations like IGAD and the African Union can reposition themselves, building on what Martin said earlier on, the necessity for safeguarding the integrity of the principles on which these institutions are founded. I will start with you, Murithi, for your reflections. And in the interest of time, if you do it in 7 minutes, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon. Abdul, my friend, likes to reflect that the Soviet dissidents had a toast which said, "We wish you the best in your impossible endeavors." So Solomon is giving me 2 tasks. One is to summarize the state of the world, and then the second is to make sure you don't fall asleep just before lunch. But I'll be very brief because so much has already been said. Some historians argue that centuries begin late. Many people say the last century began, with the First World War. And we had a debate the other day, when did this century begin? And, there was 9/11, there was this and that. The breakup of Sudan, a really epochal moment, the global financial crisis. But people said all that has happened before. But people argue that this century has begun in this decade. And a decade seems to be happening, a century seems to be happening in a decade. if you reflect on February 2020, the shock of COVID, a shock to all of humanity, hasn't happened in a century. Really, really staggering context. And then the world doesn't seem to be able to get a break. The climatic extraordinary emergencies we see now, the effects around the world of Russia, Ukraine, and then a war nobody expected that hadn't happened of that nature, almost since 1792, an invasion, a full, scale war against Iran. Iraq was different. But the consequences for the world are so profound. And I just say this to say that I empathize with institutions like IGAD, like the AU, confronting this very, very dramatic landscape. So what I'm about to say is not a criticism, but just an attempt to try and find a path forward. I think that those global events have been really dramatic, but in our own region, we are living through unpleasant history. You want to read about history, but the war in Sudan is of such consequence. Consequence for the Sudanese, consequence for the region, that it really demands a very different approach to what has been tried before. We already see in this region and elsewhere, borders being tested. That's really significant. We see technology and the drones now transforming the landscape of war, for example, in the Great Lakes. So I'll just say that a couple of points about how mediation might respond in a very, very dramatic moment. I'll run through them very quickly. I think the first is speed. It's obvious. Everything I'm about to say is quite obvious, but I'm just trying to put it in one place. The speed of response. When Kofi Annan, Martin just mentioned him, when he came to Nairobi, one of the points he made to the Kenyan leaders was that the longer a war lasts, the more hopeless the task of resolving it. It's obvious, but it's very dramatic. What did he say? He said, for example, families will begin to arm themselves to protect their loved ones. Armies become more and more predatory. War becomes a way of life, So the time to stop a war is before it begins, but it's not always possible. But I think urgency in the early days of mediation is the lesson we draw. And unfortunately, we drew it in the wrong fashion in Sudan. It was casual, I'm sorry to say. It was slow, and it wasn't focused. The second one is being entrepreneurial. I've just come up with some of this because everything has been said, but I just reflected on that with Kofi Annan. Martin mentioned him taking away the two leaders, Mwai Kibaki and Odinga, and he took them to a lodge in the middle of Savo with no network. It's called the Kilaguni. You should visit it if you want to unwind. But he was being entrepreneurial and taking the job very seriously. I had other anecdotes, but I'll race through this very quickly. I think that inevitably there'll be competition between and among mediators. It's not realistic to expect that. But at least we should ask of mediators that they should focus. They should keep the conflict at the core, not at the periphery. Sudan has been spoken to quite a bit, but I'll give you the example of the situation in the Great Lakes, where the EAC, the East African Community, and SADC made the mediation about themselves, essentially. They ended up talking among themselves about their differences and about who should be dominant. I think that at least maybe you can still do that, but keep the issue at the core. I will be a little provocative and say that we need, yes, African solutions, and we need African institutions at the core, but at the end of the day, Deng Xiaoping said, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, what matters is if it can catch the mice. And in some cases, there'll be a reality that you need potentially to share tasks. Very, very briefly, the Somalia-Ethiopia, we've talked a lot about the negative examples, but Somalia-Ethiopia was, with the recognition of Somaliland, was a bit of a model. It began in the region IGAD was quite involved. Kenya then took the baton. Kenya recognized that it didn't really have the leverage, with powerful neighbors with whom it has a lot of interest. So it prepared a brief and handed it over to Turkey. And then Turkey is one of those mediators that's very aggressive and very entrepreneurial, and ultimately a deal was achieved. So it's an example where you can have one thing, but not only that, also you can have the other. I'll qualify the issue of ceasefire. Very much agree that we need a ceasefire, and Martin said we need a ceasefire, but also peace. I would say, because we won't get the comprehensive peace agreements, I would say for now, maybe we need the ceasefire, and then politics, politics, politics. And Abdul often makes this point that, for example, you can't divorce the ceasefire from the politics. And so, for example, if Pretoria, and I'm talking among friends, Pretoria was a success, but there wasn't the politics to accompany it. And so I think that's where we need to be. I'm getting to the end, Solomon, the Nigerians say, finally. But I think let's not lose track of small wins. And again, Martin knows the story of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. There's now the Hormuz Initiative to try and get essential goods out. I think that we need to keep enough people alive, while the peace talks, the complicated peace talks continue. I'll just close by saying that we should not despair. We have many examples of successful African mediation, including on the global stage. I've given this story before, and I'll just close with it, that in 1964, the Soviets were supposed to be stripped of their voting rights in the UN General Assembly. They had not paid their dues, I think, for consecutive years. I think that's the rule, you can check. The chair of the General Assembly was Ghana. And Ghana came with an incredibly creative, you might say, African solution. And they said that for 1 year, because it would be very dramatic for a superpower to be stripped of voting rights, for 1 year there would be no vote in the General Assembly, and everything would be decided by consensus. So, it's just a small example that Africa has quite a lot to offer, as we've had. Alex Rondos likes to say that if you didn't have IGAD and you didn't have the AU, you'd need to invent them. But we do need to reinvent them. I'll stop there.
We need to make change. That's what Abdul said. Will we? We need to reinvent the multilateral institutions. And I can't help asking, who is going to lead? Where is the source of leadership going to come from? I think we haven't talked about leadership since this morning. And I would say that at the heart of some of the crises, and perhaps one of the profound factors for the crisis that we are diagnosing, is exactly the crisis of leadership. And I hope we will be able also to ask the question, how do we overcome the crisis of leadership? Because without leadership, it would be difficult for institutions to function. It would be difficult for mediation to deliver. Moritzi Mutiga is the Africa Program Director of the International Crisis Group. I would now call on Jan Pospisil, researcher, Austrian Institute for International Affairs. Over to you, please.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for having me. I come to this from a research perspective, and I guess this is the contribution I can make to the discussion we had so far, to put a few empirical notes to that, and then do some reflection. But it comes a bit to I think the leadership is one element here. But what we heard so far was a lot of talk about architectures, coming back to coherence. And I think evidence points towards the direction, but also I would think reflections. I'm not entirely sure if these days come back. And I'm not entirely sure that architecture is really something in terms of mediation peacemaking that we should think moving forward. This confusion that we kind of see, the problems we are kind of seeing are going to remain, though, and there was one intervention before which I found very interesting. Is it really a practical change, a change on the ground, or is it a change in perspective? And I think what we find now is both. And sometimes I feel, and this is especially when we come to the data element of it, we are mourning a past that has never happened, really. I'm working in a British-funded research program called Peace and Conflict Resolution Evidence Platform. And what we do there is collecting peace agreements and making sense of how these agreements develop, how they kind of interact, and how peace processes within these agreements look like. And we collected about, I think we have now at the moment 2,300 or so, and it's roughly 170 peace processes since 1990, which is our cutoff. And the interesting thing is that the ideal type and it was kind of reflected so far that the ideal type of a peace agreement is, or peace process is, we start with a ceasefire, mainly humanitarian, go to ceasefires, fighting stops, go to substantive negotiations, then go to comprehensive peace agreement, and then start with implementation. And what we found out in these 170 processes since 1990, it's not a single one that worked like that. So the only thing we know is that basically all the ideal type process structure that we are achieving in this kind of traditional architectural thinking is never going to happen and has never happened. This is, I think, the important thing here. And that's why I would invite, in a way, the current situation as actually a strong opportunity to reflect on some of the kind of truths that have been held, but were not necessarily reflecting realities. It gives us perhaps a chance to look more into what is actually going on and change practices in a way that reflect more this fragmentation. We had this term quite a lot, the fragmentation that is on the ground. I want to come very briefly to three empirical reflections and then make a suggestion based on that. I think the first one we discussed it a lot is about the fragmentation conflict landscapes. We had the example of Sudan, we discussed this a lot before. And here there's a common kind of thing like the external actors, the proxy, almost as if Sudan would be a bit of a proxy conflict with external actors trying to be there, being very active. I think, and this is just one example, it's not the only one, especially in the wider Horn region, where we see conflicts regionalize. And it's not that you have external actors and internal actors, you have actors that are just there. These are regional conflicts per se. They are not national, international. This is, when you look into Sudan, who is active there, these are not, in a way, foreign, like compared to the 1950s, 60s foreign actors that kind of hold their proxies. There is intrinsic, direct involvement. These conflicts, and you can say the same to an extent about Somalia and other places, are intrinsically regionalized, not necessarily internationalized because there is another level here, but they are intrinsically regionalized, which contributes quite a lot to fragmentation, but is also a context for mediation that has to be taken into account. The second element, and this was quite a lot what we heard in the last panel, there's a fair point to be made. We also have in our program a database on mediation. Here the question is, who are the actors, what are the motivations and things? And of course, there was never mediation that was not interest-based and not transactional. It's always been there. Still, what we see, I think, is now mediation becoming quite decisive tool in a quest for regional hegemony and regional power. We see this very much in all the efforts around the Horn, with the Gulf becoming very, very important in negotiations. Turkey positions itself like the same with Egypt, other places. We have mentioned Pakistan before in other areas. It is a tool where it's a very, this transactional element becomes not just transactional of what you get out immediately of this, but as a strategic tool in regional competition. And this means that it will be very unlikely that we have things like lead mediators, assigned roles, coherence. This is just not working in these conditions anymore, and that's where I would argue that the argument of architecture is not really fitting anymore. And then we have the third element, and that's peace agreements as such. And we heard the term comprehensive peace agreements before. When you look at it, and I just compared the numbers before, over the last 10 years, there were as many comprehensive peace agreements signed than between 2005 and 2007. So I would, and the ones from back then, which was in a way the CPA for Sudan, Nepal, Philippines, were arguably, with a distance, quite a lot more impactful and successful than everything that happened after. Because when I speak about the last 10 years, I speak about the Juba Peace Agreement, I speak even about the DRC-Rwanda Agreement, so agreements that were not necessarily implemented or failed from the outset. This also points to something here also in terms of empirics. We probably have to say goodbye for good to the area of comprehensive peace agreements. This just might be over completely. And it correlates with a change in the whole UN peace architecture as well, because when you look at the comprehensive, these integrated UN missions, the big missions with, like, I think in South Sudan at the moment there are 17 civilian agencies plus 15,000 soldiers or so. This is also on its way out. So this model of the comprehensive agreement you implement and do is basically coming to its end. And here is the question how peacemaking looks like when these models are over. And then it might be something that is more permanent, more process-oriented. And this is something where regional organizations and leadership of regional organizations is important, because as IGAD now moves, it's interesting in how many ad hoc coalitions now IGAD is involved as are other multilaterals. There's no clear kind of architecture anymore. It's more something I would call an ecosystem, a permanent interaction, but also something where there is competition. And in a way, what is so bad about competition? I think that it's funny when you talk about mediation, often the common complaint is forum shopping. But to be fair, I'm not sure is forum shopping always so bad. Let people compete. You never know from the outset and from the plan, and this is something that comes from these empirics, what forum will be the one that is really bringing decisive progress in a process. So here, being more flexible, being open to ad hoc elements and accepting competition in mediation might be ways forward, because also in then, leadership develops in competition more than in planning. With this, thanks so much. Back to you.
So what's the problem with competition? Let the marketplace, the political marketplace thrive, right? Why not? Interesting idea. The floor is open. I will start with my dear friend, Khulud. Please.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to watch Marithi and Jan give us their thoughts. I wanted to ask about, I think one of the reasons why so many mediators feel so unmoored from the current mediation processes and see them as...
If you could introduce yourself.
My name is Khulud Khair. I'm a political analyst from Sudan. I think one of the reasons why mediators feel unmoored from the current state of mediation is that they are experiencing the same alienation that civil society actors have always experienced from mediation. And thank you, Jan, for pointing out that actually what we're seeing today is not fundamentally very different from before. And speaking of the alienation of civil society and civic actors, how do you see, given how brutally transactional things are today, and certainly how they appear to be, and I appreciate the distinction, Jan, how do you see that then taking shape? The inclusion of civil society voices in these very transactional processes, in these very state-to-state often led processes, in an era where the primacy of non-state actors, armed non-state actors, is giving rise to these sorts of state and pseudo-state dynamics that oftentimes are pushing away civil society actors that actually are the only ones who could probably guarantee any form of peace in the post-war era, particularly with state fragmentation in the state that it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Fuad Hikmet, a former advisor to the USR for the Horn, and now retired. I have a comment and a question. And to be honest, the challenge before us is not just simply like what mentioned is lack of leadership, but I think there is a deficit mediation tools. And it is a deeper structural problem that we have here. And as we all stated before, that the environment in which we mediate have fundamentally changed in Africa, and especially in the Horn of Africa. Conflicts are increasingly shared by fragmented authority, etc., which has been mentioned before. That's why most of the recent peace agreements like South Sudan and Abuja, etc., despite the good intentions on producing agreements, stabilized violence temporarily, but then it relapsed and fell apart. And even this, I can talk about the CPA also failed and led to the fragmentation of the country. So mediation, I think, in my opinion, must move beyond the elite bargains. And it's been mentioned that it needs to be multi-layered processes, definitely, that connect the national negotiations with the subnational. But then I have a question here, and Maurice talks about an African solution, and giving the question about the legitimacy of multilateralism. In this context, then, I think we need to redefine what we mean by African ownership, an African solution, and African ownership. What do we mean about it? And I think it cannot remain as a slogan. It is extremely important that we raise these questions. And in my opinion, it requires clarity in roles and coherency in action. For example, between the IGAD and the African Union, IGAD and African Union and the United Nations. And as well as more disciplined approach of how to engage the external actors influencing the conflict, and even playing as a very significant role in the conflict itself. And also, we need to address a central dilemma that we have here. And again, you mentioned it, Maurice, the speed and the speed of responding to the conflict, that we need to stop the war versus the legitimacy. Of course, we cannot choose one over the other, but we need sequencing. So, and how do we do that? And I think when we discuss Sudan, we will try to discuss to see how we do that sequencing between what the Quad is proposing and what the Quintet endeavor to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to this side.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Ali Hassan. I have worked all my adult life for the UN, and I have spent a lot of time in Sudan and Darfur and South Sudan. So the issue that has been discussed is something that I reflected deeply in my soul. I was in Niala, South Darfur, for 6 years. Immediately after the war of 2003, when African Union was established, and I came to know some of the major players of the conflict in Sudan, personally. What has not been said in the conference so far? IGAD is not a four-letter unanimous name. It represents the flags of these countries. And with the breakdown of the international system now, the European Union is nowhere to be seen to help. They cannot help themselves. The GCC is nowhere to be seen. They cannot help themselves. So when we talk about IGAD, IGAD represents the flags of these nations. And the mediation that has been going on in Sudan, and something that has been a taboo in this meeting. Nobody spoke about the upcoming conflict and a major war between Ethiopia and Eritrea. Nobody spoke about it, how we are going to stop it, how we are going to mediate, how we are going to talk about it. Is the member countries. IGAD has to have 100% support of the member states through force, through political clout, through money, and to enforce what IGAD works on mediation and support. That's not there. That's not there. And unless that comes, whether we meet here or Berlin or London under the auspices of international support groups, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. IGAD has to take the responsibility. And there is another issue that nobody talks about. When you look at the conflict in Sudan, member states of IGAD are part of it. Some of the groups, the ones who are accused of genocide, are coming here, are coming to Uganda, are going to Addis Ababa, and moving around, and they are genociders in that conflict. So where is the mediation takes place? Where is it going to take us? Nothing. We have to live, exactly, we have to live with the consciousness we have that if we want to stop the war in Sudan, if we want to stop a war from happening between Ethiopia and Eritrea, the countries in the region have to take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the central question there is really where countries of member states of IGAD or the African Union are not politically, diplomatically, resource-wise, providing the necessary support and assuming the necessary responsibility. How do you go about creating the conditions that make the assumption of that responsibility, that makes the provision of that support, that makes the creation of collective consensus, which is the prerequisite for any collective action to happen? I think that is part of the challenge, that the question that we need to address. I think that is also what this convening is all about. Yes, please. And then I'll come to you, Vasu, I have noticed.
Thanks. My name is Joe Tucker, currently an analyst for a crisis group, but perhaps more relevant here, spent 10 years off and on, going back to 2009 for the State Department and the late USAID working on Sudan and South Sudan. I think one thing I wanted to mention, and like we all know this, but it's worth reiterating, is that I know we can't sort of go back to the way things were, but we can't throw out what came before. I had the pleasure back in 2010 to work with Abdul and the panel and many in this room on the Sudan-South Sudan negotiations, and a plug for the Mbeki Foundation summary report on lessons learned, which is useful in determining which ones may be salvageable or learnable from. I think a key one there is we can do more than two things at once as mediators, as long as we have the right staff and expertise. I think right now is hopefully an opportunity as the quintet gets more involved to do more than just talk about a humanitarian truce. And I just want to ask a question. I mean, I think I agree that the days of sort of comprehensive peace agreements are over, but I think there's a question of what's comprehensive enough. Sort of stealing a bit of what Fuad said is like, we know that there are internal, subnational, national issues that could threaten the death of a deal before it's even reached. And we know this, we've seen it in Sudan a long time. I think it's happening before our eyes. Inter-Arab issues in Darfur, issues we know a lot about in Kordofan, command and control on both sides. We know these issues very well, but a fear I have is that a focus on external actors and the two main belligerents, the personalities, masks that. So just want to throw out the question of like, what is not comprehensive enough to make something, whether it's a truce or a permanent ceasefire, actually viable? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vasu, if you kindly introduce yourself as well, please.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Vasu Gaundan from Accord. The topic for this session is reframing mediation, so I want to put a question to the two speakers. I have a concept of how mediation has been reframed, and let me put that proposition forward. I wanted to do it tomorrow morning when I was in that session, but I think it's more relevant here. I think the shift that we have seen is a fundamental shift with huge consequences for how we practice mediation. The shift is from peace through dialogue to peace through strength. What we practiced, all of us, or most of us in this room, for the last 3 decades was peace through dialogue. What characterizes peace through dialogue? Firstly, it was values driven. We all strive for certain values, democracy, human rights, etc., etc. And it was to be transformational. We wanted to transform. In our case here on the continent, poverty, unemployment, inequality was to have been alleviated, if not eliminated. The currency for mediation through dialogue was gravitas, moral authority, and institutional legitimacy. So the people sitting in this room, whether it is Haile Mankarius or Nuruddin, Pekka, Martin, they all had gravitas. That's what allowed them to go and mediate. Institutional legitimacy, the UN, the AU, IGAD, all of those institutions had legitimacy. That legitimacy came from a history, from what they did, what they practiced. And the moral authority, for example, if I take my own country, South Africa, having negotiated its way out of apartheid, had huge moral authority. And that's why you saw South Africa so involved in all of these mediations across Africa. And of course, it had the gravitas of Mandela. That shift to peace through strength, how is peace through strength characterized? It's not values driven, it's interest driven. It's not transformational, it's transactional. And the currency is not gravitas, moral authority, institutional legitimacy. It's military might, economic might, and it is what's coming, AI proficiency. That's the currency. No single African country today possesses the currency for peace through strength. None. No institution in Africa, not the AU, not IGAD, SADC, ECOWAS, ECAS, possesses the currency for peace through strength. That's the consequence. So our agency in mediation is now being eroded. The fundamental question is, how do we get back that agency? And we're in a huge geopolitical evolution that is working against us getting back that agency. So these are fundamental questions with huge consequences, and that's what we need to address in these 2 days. Thank you.
Mediations through dialogue versus mediations through strength. Are they mutually exclusive? I would give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Belaish, and then come to back to the speakers, so that we will not stand between you and a much-deserved lunch. Ambassador Belaish.
Thank you, dear Solomon. I think that the multilateral mediation remains essential for legitimacy, sustainability, and coherence. It should provide a shared understanding balanced external involvement, and humanitarian safeguards, and of course accountability mechanisms. To react to some previous comments, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, United Nations, and African Union have played pivotal role in mediating conflicts, concretely in Somalia. We are in the Horn of Africa, in Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan. Their interventions demonstrate clear strength, regional legitimacy, convening power, and African-led solutions, but also expose weakness, including institutional fragility, resource dependence, and political divisions. To meet the demands of today's complex conflict landscape, mediation doctrines must be renewed to ensure systematic, inclusive, and accountable approaches. Maybe we will talk about that later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Pelash. I'll be back to the speakers. The question about how do you bring civilians to the center, not just as a nice thing to have, but in the kind of context, such as in Sudan, where you have the belligerents, so to speak, are not actually the pathway for overcoming the death and destruction trap that Sudan is bound in. How do you do that? And then we have the question about additional conflict dynamics in the region, not just Sudan, but also between countries of the region. There was a mention that you made about earlier on with respect to Ethiopia and Somalia, but now in the context of Ethiopia, Eritrea. I think part of the question there was the issue of how do you bring about and what kind of hard work, coalition of actors and processes would actually bring back more responsibility, more commitment, and more support to the likes of IGAD and to the multilateral processes. Of course, political will and commitment is not something that drops from the sky. It has, as El Ghazim would say, to be created. How do you create that? I think that is part of the question that has been asked. And in a time of mediation through strength, how do you continue to bring back, as Vasu put it, agency? Basically, some of the features of mediation through dialogue. And then there was the question of how comprehensive is comprehensive. What is it that we can say we will not, at this point in time, achieve what we tried to achieve previously through comprehensive peace agreement? But does that mean that nothing out of that, everything would be dropped out? And how comprehensive is comprehensive? So over to you. Who would like to start? Okay, you can start. Yes, please.
Let me start. Yeah, thanks so much for this question, this inclusivity. Let me bring an example from a former boss, Christine Bell. She works in Edinburgh as professor of constitutional law, and she said once something very interesting to me. She said, you know what? She was involved in the Northern Ireland negotiations, and she said the main thing for me was never enter a room as a woman or woman representative. I come in as a constitutional expert. I come in as a peace process expert. I'm not coming in as a woman. And I think the big trap is this women and youth inclusion. This leads nowhere. This is a dead end from the beginning and a non-starter. You have, though, I think the opportunities, and she would always raise the question of police reform in terms of the Northern Irish peace process, which wasn't a huge topic in all this, but it became, after very diligent civil society work in this area, one of the central pieces of what was then the Good Friday Agreement and then the peace process after. So I think that's something really to consider, and this is something also for process design. These women's tables and youth tables and so, I don't know why this is still there. It's paternalistic. It's kind of we know it's wrong and still happens. In terms of the comprehensive, I think the question is very interesting also because it goes also in a bit in the way of what can replace in a way comprehensive peace agreements. What comes after? And there is one term Roger McGuinty has played around with recently quite a bit, which is conflict disruption as a difference to something like conflict resolution, transformation. And here, and this is also something for I guess, multilateral actors to consider, also thinking, how can you approach conflicts from an angle that isn't getting stuck in trying to get a nationwide agreement in place? The problem here is that we did quite a lot of work on local peace processes, local peace agreements, and there was always the idealistic thinking, especially from our funders, that you do a lot of local peace agreements and they would add up to one big one then. And we know this is not the case. But there's still opportunities here. There had been, even in Sudan now, direct negotiations between SAF and RSF for very specific things, and sometimes mediated. There is a huge question what happened in Heglish when this pipeline thing happened not too long ago. I heard different stories about that, but there had been at least tacit agreements. There is always openings. Finding these openings, I think, is the challenge where we are. And it's probably a lot of smaller scale initiatives that will come instead of this one national level big thing.
Yeah, thanks. Fuad, I blame Solomon for cutting my time in half, so I wasn't nuanced at all. I really don't like the phrase African solutions. I only used it in the context of the UN General Assembly in 1964, which was a very creative, consensus-driven situation. But I think in our current context, we have to live in the world we live in. We obviously have to accept that some people will have leverage. But in the example I gave of the Great Lakes, the Americans made a deal for TV. It was just signed with no reference to the situation on the ground. But then they were open about it and said, we have no time for this. We are handing it over to the African Union. But then the African Union, I'm sorry to say, wasn't ready to step to the plate. You know? So it's that finding a middle ground, that there will be a space inevitably, potentially for the Africans. And, you know, I really also would caution against us on this part of the world blocking sometimes peace efforts. I'm not sure blocking is the right word, but undermining them simply because we want a label on them. I'll give you a story which I found quite sad. In the early days of the Sudan war, some Sudanese civil society wanted to invite the Security Council members to Port Sudan. And none of the members objected, but there were murmurs apparently, according to the Sudanese, from the African side, that this is an African issue, you know? I mean, that's not really acceptable. So I think it's finding that balance, but also being creative. So, you know, to Joe's question, yes, sometimes you won't get a comprehensive agreement, but you could get something like decentralization, which, you know, many people in a conflict context probably will agree with. And once it's implemented, potentially if it's implemented the right way, sometimes it can be a de-escalatory, although of course it changes from place to place. You know, to Basil's very interesting question, I'm sorry to report this, but I had from some friends that I wish that South Africa hadn't given up its nuclear weapons. You know, that's the world we are now living in. And I saw Lula also making the same noises. We are living, obviously, in a very disordered world. You know, the former Indian foreign minister used to call it a world between orders, and now he's changed it to a world of disorder. So we have to recognize that. So in terms of peace processes on the continent. I think that the major countries are all going through their own different challenges, but they can't give up that role. Many people here remember the Congo talks you mentioned with Mandela, but you have to be creative about leverage. South Sudan, nobody has been able to make any difference, and we had that example earlier, but maybe people need to go and have a candid conversation with Museveni, because he's the only one with actual leverage on the ground. So we just have to be a bit creative and, of course, resolve the problems internally. And then I agree, on civil society, eventually they'll have a role. And in Sudan, it's because of the complexity of the country that you can't really have the same Egypt model, which is based on a 20% riverine population. So in time they'll be there, but they need to be ready, they need to be more organized. But I would also add, maybe slightly controversially, to understand that civil society won't achieve everything it wants. And I think Myanmar was a very sad example where there was so much pressure from all sides on Aung San Suu Kyi. She was doing her best to find a compact with the military. That's the best that could be found. People wanted a pure solution on both sides. And like in Sudan, they ended up all being wrong.
Excellent. So part of where we started off is basically with a reflection from Dr. Workner, the Foreign Minister, and Ambassador Belaish, setting the scene with reflections about this moment and the kind of challenge that this moment presents to mediation. And of course, mediation operating in a certain setting. Mediation have been practiced on the basis of certain assumptions, on the basis of certain arrangements, and as Abdul put it, hegemonic framework, or as Paul said, the liberal peace framework. All of these are currently changing. But the power structure of the world itself is also shifting. As Martin said, the characters of the new mediation actors is a signifier of that shift as well. But also, one profound thing that was running through the earlier morning session and this one is basically the recognition that war is coming back and is being chosen, an instrument of choice. Instead of being a last resort, it is being actually put front and center. And what does, which speaks to the point that Vasu made about mediation with strength. What does that mean for the moment that we live in? And of course, the questions that have been asked about legitimacy, the questions that have been asked about the role of institutions and multilaterals, the questions that have been asked about the character of mediators. What kind of mediators do we need for this new time and situation that we are in? How can we make that change happen, as Abdul mentioned? And can we continue to seek for this change based on the kind of mindset that really continues to have a hold on our imagination? And how do we basically shake it off and really anchor ourselves on the realities of the world as it exists, but also as we would like it to be? Please join me in thanking the members of the panel, both Murithe and Jan, for their excellent presentation. I would like to sincerely thank each and every one of you who intervened and shared your rich experiences and posed probing questions, but also enabled us to have a lively reflection in the course of this morning. I would like to thank once again Your Excellency, Dr. Workner, the entire team of IGAD for really bringing this conversation together, even in a context in which you have opened yourself up for critique and for being at the center of some of the conversations, which is important to have and necessary to have. I think troubles and troublemaking, as long as it is necessary and good, is important. Let's make good troubles for a very troubled times. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful lunch.